Yo, good morning. Sorry for the slow start. I've just been going through a tiny bit what we're gonna move on to now, because last week we finished the migration to Unity 6. Went pretty smooth, honestly. Had some initial problem while converting the project, redid it, it worked. And then it was the renderer features that took most of the time, and it was pretty straightforward after a while. So I think it's time to go back to, or continue rather, with the activity texture, or so-called activity texture. And I've been thinking on this one a bit. I don't have a definite answer on how I want to continue with this one, how I want to move forward. Let's just take a quick look at what we currently have, and then we can I can try to explain what I might want to do next and why I want to do that next. So let's hide that one and do one sec. I need to fix one thing first. Let's exit this one. I think this is on the wrong branch. So let's just jump to the correct branch first. Let me double check. Yeah, we're definitely on the wrong branch. Okay, there we go. Now we can hopefully open it up again and go. Like, when it comes to the activity texture, I've been thinking, like, there's some information which I've been pretty clear from the get-go that I want to have available, even though the camera haven't looked that way. And let me just summarize it one more time real quick, what this activity texture actually is. So it's a texture or a couple of textures that in some way describe what's going on the terrain right now. Like, not which object is where, but if an object is at some point and how it moves. So for instance, we can use it for deforming snow if we know that an object has walked at a certain point and the snow is above that point, then we deform the snow to go down. Or we can use it for grass if we want to bend the grass when something walks inside of it, and so on and so on and so on. But we would also like to use it for water, for instance. But a thing with water is that in the case of water, as opposed to snow, we want it to appear a little bit more dynamically. Like we want to animate the water or ripple it based on movement. So now I'm thinking, for instance, if we take an object that moves on the terrain and we take the velocity of it, is it important that this velocity, is it important that we have that information even though something moved behind the camera? Because like we want to show, when it comes to water and ripples, it's more like temporary visual changes. So in that case, I'm wondering if it's better to just to not keep track of that one all over the terrain, and instead just do that for where the camera is looking right now. And then we can also apply an additional iteration to like animate this velocity. It's going to be a little bit experimental this week, but I think we're going to do some nice progress. Benjamin, what's up? What's up? Good to see you're still working on this project. Hell yeah, I'm going to finish it, I think. Or do my best to finish it at least. Okay, let's see now. We're on the correct branch now, and I just want to make one change here. Scenes. We have environment here. Yeah, let's hide this terrain, and I'm gonna do this. Now let's delete these. And let's do something like this. And then I want to, for our terrain material here, I want to show where do I have that one? Terrain activity debug material should really be here, but yeah, this one as well. But let's go with this one and let's see what we have. Might need to do, I don't remember if I changed something in the code or not, but let's see how this looks. Yes. It's not that big though. We might wanna, let's try and upgrade the resolution a bit, 512. Okay, yeah, so here we have the velocity. What I'm thinking about, if we want to make this a bit more alive and animated as well, I'm gonna go through what I have in mind soon. Let's see here. It's activity debug shader. And we get the activity data here. We can show, yeah, let's show direction strength and stuff like that as well if we can. we have here? I wonder. 3. I wonder if this is, yeah, this is probably top activity, I would say. And what do we have here? Is this? Yeah, this is velocity strength. Good morning, Geralt. Good morning. Benjamin, how has working on content creation, videos and live streams helped in the development of this project? I believe it's something other devs should be doing too. Oh, that's a very good question. Okay, let me start with like live streaming. So live streaming has definitely helped me a lot with actually working on this project in a continuous manner. And has made live streaming has helped me a lot moving this project forward. And when it comes to creating videos, it's been a while since I did a devlog, but I'm in the process of making new ones. They were an extremely big time sink because I had a pretty high standard of what I wanted my devlogs to look like and be. But I mean, the outline devlog is, I think it's at 80k views, so it has it has helped a lot with like getting my game out there or getting a little bit of traction. And as for shorts, which I've began doing recently, like they are not as time consuming, so that aspect is fine. And they have actually forced me to implement a few stuff. So I have some things on my to-do for this project that are not as important. So I was gonna do them later down the line, but then I want to do a short, and in this short I want to feature a part of that thing, which forced me to complete this simple task that I had planned for the future. Like, so shorts have also really helped me moving the project forward. But like, I might be rambling now, but all in all, I think content creation in relation to creating this game has helped me a lot. But like, everything is subjective, but bottom line, I would definitely recommend doing some form of content creation around your game. And of the 3 I'm talking about live streaming, long-term videos, and shorts. I think if I could only do one of those, I would probably do shorts, I think. But for me personally, it's an even split between live streaming and shorts. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Soon, I think we have water on menu next week, because I think we're going to do some nice progress with this activity texture today. I want to check here, what do we have? Direction strength, height max color, height min color. Okay. Height min color, however, doesn't seem to be working currently. I wonder why. No problem at all, Benjamin. No problem at all. And good luck. Why can't I seem to get my min height to work? That would be very nice to have. It should be located at 1. Oh, I get it. 1.5. Yeah, here, I think. we not writing this data? Okay, let's see. Activity. Okay, we're probably writing it. But it's extremely small, I would say. We output it as 0 pretty much. So let's try and do... What if we do test one height, mean, color, and we do... Here we do times 10 maybe. Times 10 might be a bit too aggressive, but let's see. It's extremely weird that everything else works, I would say. But if we do 1.5 and then we pick this one up. Good morning, Calvino. We still don't see anything related to this one. Okay, that's weird. Calvino, how has it helped you motivation wise? Are we talking about the content creation still? This is very weird. Height min color activity data height boundary X. I Let's take a look at activity data then. Activity data. Calvino, if that question was in relation to content creation, I can just summarize it as I've unfortunately noticed that I personally have no problems with disappointing myself, but disappointing anyone else, no matter if I know them, no matter on what level I know them, that I take very seriously. So like, if I didn't have any content creation and just sat by myself developing this game, if for instance one morning I didn't really feel like it, I would probably not do it, because as I said, I don't have like, in most cases I don't have any problems with disappointing myself, but like setting a streaming schedule and knowing that people want to watch, then it makes it a lot harder to just not do it if you have set out a certain time, you know, because then you're not disappointing only yourself but others as well, if that makes any sense. Assad, you do streaming part-time? Yes, I do. Try to do 4 hours every weekday. Unfortunately, life gets in the way sometimes. Okay, height boundary here. We have some like, for some reason I'm not able to visualize this one currently, and I don't know why. Kelvin, I can relate to this 110%. Yeah, I think a lot of people can. So in that way, streaming has really helped me. I mean, there has been days where, like, the last thing I want to do is start a stream and try to develop something. Just haven't felt 100% ready, you know? But like the thought of disappointing has made me do it anyway. And I mean, like, this is just a part of trying to stay consistent, or what makes me be able to be consistent, but it's quite a big part, honestly. Just do it. Yeah. Okay, so height boundary, we take data R here. Like, everything seems to be... I don't see why we aren't getting this data, but then again... Inverse lerp 01, height range, input position in world space, Y. We do blend operation min here. Okay, I get it. So the blend operation here is what's screwing this up, I think. So since we went to this, outputting it this way, I don't think this has ever worked, because what we do here is whatever we output from this fragment, we output it to the red channel, and we blend source and destination min. So we output to the texture the minimum of this and what is in the texture from the beginning. And what's in the texture from the beginning is 0, i.e. we never take this value, we always just output 0. And we have this blend operation min. Let's see if I can do some drawings here, might make it a bit clearer. Okay, we're gonna do a lot of things with the activity texture this week, and I hope, even though we're just doing 4 days this week, Assad, thank you for the follow as well, by the way. Even though we only do 4 sessions this week, I think we might have a shot at finishing it, or I'm aiming for it at least. But let's see here. So what we have is, we have the terrain, and then we have an object. We render to the texture. We want to render this value. We want to render this value. And then we want to render the velocity of this one as well. That's what we have right now. This one works, this one doesn't work. So what we do when we render this one is that when we output the texture, we take the maximum value. So we always render the max. That might be a mistake later on as well. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to start to play around with timestamp here, I think, if we want to do this. Like, it's a question of when do we want to update the activity texture value, and how do we want to update it? We always want to keep the latest value in the activity texture. What I'm getting at is, if we put this height max value into the texture, and then this object moves away from that point, later on, this object comes to that point. This one has a smaller max height, and with the current implementation, we don't write this smaller height to the texture because we blend it with a max. And it's a similar problem we have with the minimum here right now. We don't write this value to the texture because the value we have in the texture is already smaller. And I mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I might want to split this texture. I've been talking about it for a while. Might want to split this texture into 2 textures. So pretty much one big texture that keeps track of all the terrain, and it stores relevant data for that. And it's going to be height min, height max, timestamp maybe. And then we have a dynamic texture that follows the camera pretty much, that only records what's in view pretty much. And this one is much more dynamic. We're going to update this each frame and visualize forces pretty much. But when it comes to the first one, we still need to, so like when this smaller object moves on the same point, we still need to update the values accordingly. And this, it seems like we want to, either we could rethink how we render it, how we do the blending, or we could add a timestamp, which could help a lot, which we already have. We just need to re-add it pretty much. Then again, do I want to do timestamps? Yeah, I'm noticing that I have a little bit of a hard time deciding, like, what do we actually need in this texture? How do we want to represent it? Because I don't have a clear way forward right now. So I'm thinking if maybe we should do, let's see here. Let me open up. I'm thinking if we're gonna do a task related to snow and just get snow working. And then we know what data we need for snow at least. Maybe that isn't such a bad idea. And then we make the activity texture work with snow, and then we can extend it to work with something else as well. See if I have something related to this. Because when it comes to snow as well, like, I think snow and mud or similar stuff is pretty straightforward. What we need then is let me just create this issue and we can write some notes in it. And let's just call it implement snow. What do we have here? 110. Like, if we want to draw snow, if we want to have snow, everything we need in the activity texture for proper snow and mud is probably just minimum height. So we want to know how far away from the terrain is something that moves on the terrain, right? And then we can deform it. Then if we want to make it a little bit more dynamic, we might want to add timestamp, but I think we can do without it. So think about this. We have, it's snowing, the player wakes up, we have snow out in the garden, and then we start moving around and we want to deform the snow if something is walking on it, pushing it down. And for that we need a minimum value. And then if it snows a lot, now I'm starting to overthink stuff, it snows a lot, we want to heighten this snow again. But then it's a question of how dynamic do we want to do it. If we just want to deform it, should be pretty easy. Let's see if we can get this in place. Was it 110? Yes. The nice thing with I think we can do draw terrain mesh instanced. Change material to snow material. Implement yeah, I think this is good. Let's I'm gonna fix, we can use this one. I'm gonna show how. And then we can try and utilize this data in a shader to show and visualize snow. And if we have this one working, then we can move on to this one and try to visualize that one. Yeah, I think this is good. We will see, we'll see. I have a little bit of a feeling that we're going to be all over the place this week, but sometimes it's like that. So when it comes to this one, we render it on the red channel. We do blend operation minimum. What we can do to make this one work basically is that we instantiate it with a 1 value in R. So it would be, let's see, I think we have it in terrain patch and activity texture. There we have it. We create it here. I have a load functionality as well, but we're not gonna use this one this time around. Okay, I've been working a lot with render textures. Do we have color? But I still don't remember how to instantiate it with values. So let's see if this one has something we want. Clear color, maybe. We have something like that. Not here. Are we gonna have to fill it up ourselves? I thought I had a method for this, maybe I don't. Okay, we're gonna use the command buffer for this. Maybe that's not too bad. Let's see. If we create it here, and then we use the command buffer. Fortunately, activity. Terrain command buffer, yeah, we're gonna have to use this one, and we just want to clear it. Where do we want to do that? But then again, if we take a look at this one, we have it instantiate here, so we could send in the buffer here. I don't know if I like that. Maybe. Yeah, I would probably prefer to send in the command buffer to... Let's see here. Now we have it here, okay. So start, so when do we generate? Let's do it like this. We create a terrain patch, we set neighbors, we generate it. And then in this case, we can probably do terrain command buffer dot clear render target. Set render target. Yeah. So when we create the terrain, here we do dot set render target terrain patch dot activity texture. I don't know if I'm not a very big fan of. Would probably like it a bit more to like inject this one into the terrain patch and let the terrain patch add some commands than doing this, but yeah. Let's worry about that later. Terrain and buffer. And then we do clear render target. Clear depth, clear color, and then background color. For now, let's just do 1 0 0 0. And then in the end here we do terrain command buffer dot execute, or we want to do this, and then we want to do this. Yeah, let's see if this works. So when we start the project now and we move to the terrain, we should have, if we check minimum height, we should have a value of 1 there for everything. And then when we move, we should alter it. I hope. And then we pretty much have the only data we need for the snow ready and up for use. So then we can probably start doing the snow shader and make that one working. Ground. And then we do 1.5. We have full red, but we can also see here that we're not drawing anything to it. Which is weird. Very weird. So with this, in place, this should be okay. What am I missing here? Yeah. Maybe. Let's see. Character 7.47. Height range. Where do we have our height range? Here, between 0 and 1. So are you a CS student? No, I were. This one is weird. Assad, yes sir, yes sir. Okay, so this doesn't make any sense to me. We have height range 0 and 1. We do inverse lerp here. We should probably get a value of... What if we just do... Actually, we're going to do this. Let's disable the blending. So now we're just doing the default blending, which is... We just write source to destination, I'm pretty sure. And let's see if that right works. Ground, let's go to 1.5. No, that one doesn't work either. Okay, so something is wrong here. Yeah, okay, so we have our terrain here. And we're trying to write data to our terrain. Some of the data works nicely. So this one writes for every object on the terrain, we write the, not actually when we're holding this one because we're disabling it, but for every object on the terrain, we write the velocity to the texture, both direction and strength of the velocity. So the velocity capturing works. If we take the bug flag 2.5, here we write the height, the maximum height of every object on the terrain. Okay. And this one works as well. And for the last one, 3.5, this is actually, here we write velocity strength to the texture. It's just that in this one we visualize both direction and strength, and in this one we just visualize strength, which can be seen here. But what we want to visualize in this one is the minimum height. So how close to the ground are the objects occupying the terrain. And for some reason we don't write anything at all to this one. So I'm starting to think that but this looks to be correct. Or we can actually see here that this one and this one is pretty much the same now. One sec. Have I not looked? Terrain activity. Let's see here. We get height min color. We multiply this one by 10 here. Yeah, okay, now it should work. I hope. .5. Yes, now it's working. Get the footsteps. Okay, and if we change this one back to blend operation minimum, then we might have a result we want. Five. This looks a bit better. What I would like to do here, I wonder if that would be better. So what we are packing into this terrain now, the visuals here, is the world position in the Y direction, but normalized between height range. Height range is 0 and 1 right now, so if we have an object that has a max height that is bigger than 1, we're going to pack it down as 1, and so on and so on. And if we take a look at, let's see here. What is the world position of... Is it actually 0? That doesn't feel right. What I'm trying to get at here is, I wonder if we want to pack, instead of packing in the normalized value of the height, the world height of the object occupying, I wonder if we want to pack the distance from terrain into the texture. So for these shoes here, it would be 0 pretty much, because they are at the terrain. For this hand here, it would be 0.5 meters. But we would still need to make it relative to height range as well, I think. I wonder what is best. I mean, this works. We can see when we run, if we do this, if we lower the terrain here, let's do it like this, and then if we jump down here, we're gonna have, and we're gonna get black pretty much where we. We can also up the resolution of this terrain a bit, I think. But I mean, this data, if we were to write this data and utilize it in a snow shader, we would have the good result, I think. I'm wondering about these points here. I guess when we render... Yeah, so when we're just occupying a half, so for this one we're not rendering anything, maybe this one would be best. So it's a question about precision. It's still a little bit... Maybe we are rendering. But it's just not shown visually. Let's do... I just want to test one thing. I want to test... Let's render 0 here. I want to see how precise this one is. Like, when do we actually render to it? And which pixels do we skip? .5. Yeah, okay, it's very precise. That's good. It's just that the height we're rendering is pretty high up. Okay, I get it. And what we need to remember is that when we render this, it's pretty much as if we put a camera. Let's take a look. It's pretty much as if we put a camera above, looking down, and then we render the object. And I wonder... I love Unity 6 as well, I just have to mention this. We actually have the outlines in the scene view this time around, which is fucking beautiful. They look a little bit different, but still. That's very nice. Very cool. And we didn't have that before. But okay, so I wonder if we want to render... So when we render the object and we measure the distance to the ground or the distance in world Y, do we want to cull front and render back? Like, do we want to do... Because if we have a camera from above here, if we render the head here, we're gonna... put... This value is going to be far from the terrain because it's high up, right? But if we render the back sides, we would probably see... the back sides of the shoes around here, I think. Or we could also do, if we want to render... One way to do it as well would be to put the camera below ground and render this. Maybe that's a better option. Maybe that's a way better option, actually. But, yeah... wonder... I'm starting to think that this might not be... I don't know what I would prefer. Gigant, what's up, what's up? I'm a little bit uncertain about these passes as well. I wonder if this, having 3 passes like this, does it imply that we do this 3 different times, or do we do this once and then we do this fragment, this fragment? Because if we write to the texture with camera above once, and then we write to the texture with camera below once, that means that we're gonna do the vertex shader twice. I mean, we could also add, is it? Off. Then we would be rendering but then, yeah, then we're gonna, this is gonna slow it down quite a bit, I think. Did I change? Oh, yeah. Let's do this and then but I should really try to not optimize too early, especially when it's as experimental as this. So maybe we should just do it like this for now. 1.5, does it work then? Still get this. Let me do... 128, 1024 1. Let's try this. Okay, so this is what we have. Would be a pretty cool deformation on snow, I think. So the snow in the middle would be a little bit higher. It's not too bad. Maybe this is a good enough value so far. might look a little bit weird. It would look, if we get some deformation here, like throwing this one would look very good, I think. But not like that. Notice for my selection, this is just side note, but for my selection shader, we have this tiny issue here. Fuck it, let's fix it later. But yeah, I wonder if this would be enough for snow. Maybe we can try it and see what we need to change. I think it would look pretty good. I'm a little bit worried about the snow deformation between the feet, but yeah, maybe. When we do deformation, we're gonna have to recalculate the normals in some cases as well, I think. Might look good. Yo, what's up, Luna? What's going on with the terrain and the trail behind the character? We're storing some data on the terrain, depending on how objects on top of it move. So what you see here on the red square is minimum or min height value. What you see here is max height value. What you see in the black and gray one here, black and white one, you see velocity strength of the object. And here you see velocity direction and velocity strength. Gigant, do you think coding is easy? Sometimes it is. Most of the times, no. And the idea is to we're gonna create some environment shaders. We're gonna move on to snow now, I think, because I'm kind of happy with how this one looks. And we're gonna deform it based on this data. So if the character runs here, we're gonna lower the snow here a bit. We also have a grass shader. We might want to displace the grass straws when we run through them. And with this velocity one, this one I'm the most excited for, but as it is now, we probably can't use it for that much. Like if it is like this, we could probably bend grass in the correct direction. But what I'm planning on doing with this one is I'm planning on making it more dynamic. So I'm even thinking about if it would be worth it to have a real-time fluid solver for this one, pretty much. Because then we can utilize it for creating nice water ripples, but I haven't really decided just yet. Giganta, man, I wish I could do all this stuff. Looks so cool. Yeah, it does. It's just start doing it, man. Eventually, you will be able to. Yes, but we're gonna take it a bit slow right now. So we're just gonna focus on this minimum here. And let's get a snow shader in place and try to deform it based on this data. Gigant, how did you get started? That's a hard question. Depends on what you define as the start. So like when I went in, I live in Sweden, so I guess when I went to, or when I was a kid, we always did various lightweight stuff like IRC bots and stuff like that, but nothing too deep. And then when I went to the equivalent of high school, I think, here in Sweden, I took 2 courses in programming, didn't really like it that much. And after high school, I didn't really know what to do, so I took some web dev courses, enjoyed it a bit. And then I did then I went to university for a Master of Science, computer science. And that's where I really started to like programming, because then it went from just doing programming tasks for the sake of it to actually building different cool stuff with programming. But like most of the things I know comes from university, I would say. All the game dev stuff, so like when I went to the university, I didn't do any game dev related stuff at all. So all of that is quote unquote self-taught, but I mean, I had a very strong foundation. But like, I would say that the best, like, internet is beautiful in so many ways. You have a lot of resources online. You can pretty much learn anything you want computer science related by just looking through the internet, right? So when it comes to game dev, most of it is from resources online, definitely. Luna, do you have any idea how the Unity scene view selection outline works? So we're talking about this orange one here, right? This one. I actually implemented something extremely similar. You can see the white outlines here. And I think the Unity one is implemented in a similar way, probably a bit more optimized. Mine is not very optimized currently. But I think, so I can't speak to Unity's ones, even though I remember reading a thread about it. Let's just see if a quick Google. Unity scene view outline implementation. I remember reading. Yeah, you have several options. Yeah, I remember this. This one might be old though. And implementation based on Unity command buffer. Yeah, this one is quite old, 5 years ago. Yeah, like the way I do it with mine, this white one, is that I inject 2 custom render passes to the new render graph. One pass renders the selected object to a texture, pretty much the mask of the selected object to a render texture. And then I have a second render pass that transforms this mask. So in this case, it's just a very unoptimized kernel that checks, like in a x times x kernel, and checks if any pixel within this kernel belongs to a selected object. If so, mark that pixel as part of the outline. Does that make sense? Visually, it's very much like, so I render the highlighted object to a texture. So the highlighted object might look like this. That's the first pass. And then the second pass does... fuck, I want to do it like this. One sec. So like this. So this is the result after the first pass. And then after the second pass, I pretty much do I grow it like this. Fill the growth and remove the initial selection, pretty much. Though I was wondering about changing the default one in the scene view to something different. Oh, then I'm with you. Sorry for misunderstanding. That I have no idea about. I haven't tinkered that much with like Unity add-on, like altering the Unity editor and stuff like that. That is interesting. Let me know if you find something. I would be interested in that as well, I think. But okay, let's see here. Yeah, let's see if we can use this data now. Do something interesting with it. So implement snow. What I'm thinking about doing here is we're going to jump to terrain patch. So terrain patch here has a terrain patch mesh object that describes the mesh in question. Position, UV, normals, and stuff like that. So when we want to draw snow, what I'm thinking about doing here is that we just take the ground mesh here We render the exact same mesh, but we apply a different material to it. So we don't want to duplicate the mesh. We just want to render it with a different material. I think this should be possible. I don't know if it's like draw instanced or some call like that, but that's basically what we're gonna do. And then in the snow shader, we're gonna take the terrain material, or we're gonna take the vertices and offset them based on some snow data we send in, and also on this minimum height texture. Okay, so this is gonna be quite interesting. Let's start by defining a very simple snow shader. I'm talking maybe just pure white-ish color. Then we apply that to the terrain, just see how it looks. And then we can go from there. Yo, what's up, Cypher? Long time no see. Hope the later half of 24 and the beginning of 25 has treated you all right, man. So let's just do environment shaders and terrain procedural snow, I think. How's it going? It's going quite all right. So far in 2025, we have just migrated the project to Unity 6. Feels fucking fabulous. Other than that, we have done a lot of stuff since you last said hey in chat, at least. But we're currently in a state which I'm not that happy about. We have a lot of very cool stuff halfway implemented, and what I want to do now is I really want to go through all of these and finish them. Like, if I would throw around percentages, I would say that we have a lot of very cool stuff 60% done, and I want to go through all of these and make them like 90% done. So I'm talking about like terrain deformation, grass shader, water system, water shader, activity texture, like all of the stuffs we have been implementing for the last half year. I would say they are like 60% done. I want to push it up to 90, you know. Aside from getting settled in the new house, yeah, I remember with the baby, hunkered down for a bit and starting to get some time back now. Nice, that sounds like a wonderful time. Very, very wonderful. And to make matters worse, let me show you what we have. To make matters worse, I introduced a new issue today, snow, but I'm like, this will hopefully help me bring the some of the other stuff to 90% done as well. But like, we have this activity texture which stores velocity and some other data, and now we're slowly but surely going to start to use them, the data that is, and hopefully make some very cool visual stuff from it. So like, we have velocity, direction, and strength. height max, height min, and I think it's pretty easy to see what I want to do with this one. But yeah, adds. But, so I think the course of action is this. We implement a very basic snow shader, just coloring a mesh as white-ish, maybe with some lighting as well. And then we try to send down the proper textures to it. So I'm talking about, I want to send down height map and activity texture. And then we take the height map and we offset the snow shader, the vertices in snow, based on the height map and snow amount. Or actually, we don't need to offset it based on height map, that's true. And then we take, and then we start deforming it based on this texture. Welcome back, Cypher. So pretty much we have a lot of data packed into the texture right now, and the next step is to use this to make some cool effects. And I just went through what I want to do with this snow one, which is the most basic one, and that's why we're going to start with that one. So we want to draw snow here, and we want to deform it based on the data we see here behind. Pretty straightforward. So, terrain procedural. Oh, fuck, which one of these do I want to take? I think we're going to take grass, because I think we get lighting here as well. Then we're gonna strip it down to the most basic parts. Snow. Properties, render type opaque, universal, yes. Okay, we don't need a lot of the things here. Render target 5, we might as well. We don't require geometry. We don't care about this one. We want shadows, lights, we want fog, vertex, hull, domain, geometry. We don't care about... Actually... Yeah, so this is one of the things that are not done with the terrain in general. Like, we want the height map to be low resolution, but when we render it up close, we want to add geometry, I think. But we're gonna wait with this one as well. Add tessellation or... something like that. Core lighting, UDL random, math, helper function, terrain-based data. We're gonna remove all of those for now. We don't need this structs. We're gonna skip all of them. And we're just gonna call this one vertex shader output. We want clip space, world space, normal, view direction. I don't care about this one or this one. These two we can have. And let's remove this. Vertex shader, what do we have then? Position CS, world space, normal. We need bitangent and tangent as well, I reckon. I think. Bush, where did you gain all of this shader wisdom from? For brute forcing it, man. And the internet. Mostly, I would say. I'm thinking, do we want... Yeah, we're gonna do some... we're gonna do some deformation here. We're gonna need to recalculate normals. If we recalculate normals, we want to recalculate tangent and bitangent. So, yeah, let's do it. And what is it? Is it tangent? That is a float 4, I think so. This one is called binormal. So we keep these. We don't care about that one. And then we do this. We want fog factor here as well. Let's remove this one, these ones, this one. We want to remove the domain shader as well. I just want to see, what do I put as fog coordinates? Do we have it somewhere? Fog cord or fog factor. Compute fog factor like this. Nice. So let's take this one and put it in the vertex shader so we can have fog as well. I don't care about all of this. Oh, do we have multiple passes here as well? Yeah, we do. Procedural grass color, and then we have light mode as well. Okay, so we want to keep multiple passes here because we want to shadow this stuff. Yeah, what's up, Smack GDs? Yeah, we're jumping around quite a lot, but we're implementing snow now because I want to... Like, we have our activity texture stores some data right now. I still don't know exactly what data I want to store and how I want to store it. So I'm going to put it to the test by implementing some visuals with it. And we're going to start by height minimum, and we're going to implement snow based on height minimum. Just to see how it works, how it looks, if we need to store something differently, and so on and so on. Calculate Blin Fong, I would like to... Yeah, we're going to keep this one around, but I would like to use some include file instead, but yeah. And we want this one as well. Let's rename them as well. And both of these are going to take vertex shader output instead. Okay, so what do we have now? Oh no, did I... Oh, fuck. How far back did I? There we go. And last thing was this one. Okay, so let's take a look at what we have right now. We have no properties. We have fog and light, a vertex and fragment shader. We have these stuff. Then we have our vertex shader. This one pretty much just computes fog factor, outputs these stuff, or transforms it from object space, both position, normal, and tangent, to world space and outputs it. Fragment shaded just returns 1. This one returns 0. Yeah, let's try this. Derek got a little busy with work. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're going to do the first utilization of the activity texture data, or one of the activity data. We're going to use height min to deform some snow now. Just see how it works. GDs, I don't recall, will you have equipable items in your game like in Palworld? We will have apparel, different clothes, at least. For the playable character, I don't think they will give... Those won't give any stats. But then we will have tools, different tools, and they will have different stats. And then I've also, in my design document, I go through the possibility of having equipable stuff for the creatures as well. We're not talking weapons or anything like that, or armor. We're just talking visual stuff. So like, I have this idea about having like something similar as a fashion show for creatures that you can do, and that will imply having equipable stuff, right? But when it comes to stats, we have a pretty amazing attribute system in place already. We're gonna have a lot of attributes in this game. It's like, and that partly is because half of the gameplay is a simulation of sorts, right? You have a lot of these creatures moving around in a garden, and they have hunger, hydration, happiness, all different kind of attributes. And then the creatures themselves will have attributes as well. So you have agility, strength, speed, weight, age, all of that. So we already have, but as I said, yes, previously, we have like an attribute system that is implemented around 60% complete. But yeah, attributes will be heavily featured in this game. But when it comes to the relation between attributes and wearable stuff, I just don't know yet. And as for your second question, GDs, I'm curious if you already thought of a way to categorize your items. Sort of. But that is also very experimental, I would say. And extremely hard, I found. But yeah, we're probably going to get to that later this year, I think. Getting more into depth at that point. So like, the idea is, let me just go through this real quick. The idea is that you have your garden, you terraform it, you grow stuff, and you make it nice and livable for different creatures that come and live in your garden. And like, that is phase one. That is a game in of it itself. But then you also want to do stuff with the creatures, right? I don't want to do any fighting in this game. I don't want to have like Pokemon style creature fighting. We're gonna go in a little bit of a different direction. So if we take Sonic Chow Garden, for instance, there you can take your chows and you can put them into different... You can actually fight with them as well, I think, but yeah. You can put them into different competitions, so like races and stuff like that. And all of this is this just exists in my design document right now, but like, I've thought about having a lot of mini games around the creatures, like in the old game Pokemon Stadium for the Nintendo 64, you had a lot of very fun mini games with the Pokemons there. Something similar to that, but now we're talking way into the future. On today's agenda we have snow, but hope that answers your question somewhat. Okay, procedural snow. I wonder if this one will compile. We will try it. But I also want to add... Let's add properties. Let's add some properties related to cell shading here. So albedo. This one we have. This one we have. We don't have view direction world space actually. We have it here, so let's add it. It's equal to normalize. What is it? Camera. Always forget. Let's see what we have. Rain, procedural, grass, view, direction. Here, world space, camera position. Yeah, let's do safe, normalize. Okay. View direction, we have smoothness, light exposure, and specular. So it's pretty much color, smoothness, and light exposure. Yeah, we do it like that. And then we want this one as float 4, one as float, and this one as float. And then we can do return, calculate blin fong. We do color. Oh fuck, we need to get the light as well, that is true. Specular multiplier. I don't know if we care about this one. Let's just start with this. This one is just called smoothness, I think. What did we call this one? Light exposure. And then we don't need this one. Something like that. Yeah, we can test it now, I think. HLSL include. And we need to finish this one and HLSL. Float 3 to float 4. Oh, this one might be... Don't we have access to safe normalize? Or lighting. Or lighting. Really? Or have I... Hmm? Okay. So it's probably this one. Invalid subscript position world space. Yeah, let's do output position world space. Yeah, okay, we have some weird... But you know what? I'm wondering if we want to rely on util lighting instead. Calculate Blindfong lighting per light. Calculate Blindfong lighting. Yeah, we might just want to go with this one, honestly. And maybe that's better. Lighting, and then we remove this one. Remove all of this. And then we check util lighting. Return. Calculate Blindfong lighting. Albedo. Color RGB. Input position VS. Ooh, yeah. Input position CS. Input normal. Input view direction. We have ambient multiplier, specular smoothness, shadow amount. Smoothness. Okay, so we want to do shadow mount, ambient multiplier. Shadow mount 1, ambient multiplier 0.5. Okay, view direction, ambient multiplier, specular. We have smoothness, so let's do specular. Where do we have it? I think we do something like this. So specular. Smoothness. And finally, shadow amount. Something like this. Let's see if we have any errors. Calculate blend redefinition. Yeah. Float 3, float 3, float 4. Normal VS, float 3, float 3. View direction 3. Ambient multiplier, specular smoothness. I get it. And I hate it. So, maybe we can probably use this one a bit later on. Specular color. So instead of specular here, we do specular color RGB. Then we can put this one down. And, oops. Oh yeah, redefinition, because we need to remove this one. There we go. Hopefully. No? So which one are we talking about this time around? Hmm. I think it looks... Oh, yeah. This one returns, yeah, of course. Let's do it like this. Okay, there we go. A simple snow shader. Let's see how it looks, and I think we should be able to see how it looks by just creating a material of it and then drag and drop. But before we do that, I'm just gonna run AFK real quick. So be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, back. So let's see what we have. Color, specular color. Looks okay. Twenty, 30 seconds. A little bit worried about this. Okay. And let's see if we can drag and drop to... Is it this one? Procedural. No. Doesn't look too bad already. We're gonna make it look way nicer eventually. This is a basic starting point. Do we have... Yeah, we do. Okay, so the next step, what we want to do now is we don't want to drag and drop material to make snow appear, but rather we would like to create it through script. For now, we're going to do it when we create the terrain patch. We're going to take the terrain mesh and we're going to render it once more. But with a snow material. I'm wondering... Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I just want to double check here. What do we have? Procedural snow instanced. How does smoothness 1? We have some highlights here. Yeah, it looks more like ice. Just want to see how these... Okay, that's good. Ambient multiplier 1. Yeah, we get way more ambient light. 0.5 is a pretty good value for this one. And shadow amount, we could probably... How is light handled in snow? It goes into the snow, right, and bounces around. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some very custom light calculations for that. I just don't know if I want to make my snow look perfect now or if I should postpone it to later on. Epson, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. 0.5, 1. Maybe something like this is more what you would expect from shadows. But yeah, that's not what we want to work with right now. We want to duplicate the mesh, add the snow material, and go from there. Let's start by trying to duplicate the mesh. Okay, if we want to render this one in a optimized way, it's going to be a little bit like the most straightforward way to do this would probably be to do something very similar to what we do with the water mesh here. Just create a new terrain patch, or copy this one rather, so we have an additional terrain patch mesh object. But I want to avoid that if I can. But I wonder if we're going to have to rely on the command buffer or stuff like that. Let's do some Googling. Unity 6 render mesh. Render duplicate of mesh without copying object. Maybe. Hmm? Yeah, maybe it's as easy as using the shared mesh here. Or like duplicating. I know we could do graphics render primitives indirect. Do we want to do it like this? In what more do we have? Render mesh instanced would probably be, and then render params. We do have a material here. Maybe we just want to do this actually. So we let terrain base gets told by environment what kind of environment it is, and terrain base handles this stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think it's possible for us to use. So when we render this mesh multiple different times with different materials, each material needs to keep track of the data for that patch. So like, let's say we have 4 different we have a big terrain like this, which consists of 4 meshes. Each of these 4 or terrain patches it stores its own data, activity data. So we want to take this mesh, we want to transfer the data to the material or set the correct references in the material, and then we want to draw it instanced. But I wonder, is this overkill? Because we're not going to render 10 or even 100 duplicates of this mesh. We're just going to render 1. Multiple times. It might be overkill. Set mesh in mesh filter without being mesh. Now we would. I think I might be overthinking it a bit. We should be able to just set it. Then again, we just want to render it. We don't want all the bells and whistles this one would imply. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking, like, if we do a copy of this object, or we create a new instance of this object, and then we add a method here that instead of generate, we just have public void use, maybe. But we're gonna get these two. And if we go with that, we don't care about having two empty lists and stuff like that. So we create an additional terrain patch mesh here. So in terrain patch, we're gonna have, should probably fix this with water as well, but we're gonna have a terrain patch mesh snow here as well. We're gonna have to handle that one. It just feels a bit dirty instead of having our environment controller tells terrain base that it's currently snowing and that it should render snow on all the terrain patches. But I don't think we can use this one because all of these snow terrain or snow meshes is gonna have different materials, because I don't think we can instance the textures. So what we could do instead is we could just, if we want to go with that solution, we could use terrain command buffer. So then in update, in late update, we can add it here. If we have a snow flag set, we draw snow here and then we execute it. That's pretty clean. So we would be drawing them with command buffer, Unity, render. Or draw, I mean. Draw procedural, no, draw mesh. Instancing command. The mesh will just run once, it won't be per pixel lit. Okay, that sucks. I think we can't rely on that one either way. Draw a mesh. I wonder how weird it would be to draw the snow effect with this one instead. Fetch the mesh, use the camera, view projection matrix. Now we need to have the world position as well, but I think we have that one, don't we? We need MVP here, right? World camera matrix. Projection. What do we have? Or is this only, let's see, a set projection matrix, set view matrix. Yeah, so maybe we want to set these one back to where we were. So to the camera, projection and view. And this is only object to world. And then we set the custom material. We're gonna have to handle this one as well. But if we take a look at all the different things we need to set and reset and change each frame here, I wonder if the best choice might just be to duplicate one of these. So create a new terrain patch mesh, but use this mesh. I like this one handling the snow instead of each patch, but because when it all comes down to it, it's just a temporary visual effect. Even better, honestly. Okay, I'm just trying to... So if we take a look at what we have and what we want to do, we want to render X meshes, where X is the number of terrain patches. With just that definition of what we want to do, render indirect or render instanced would be the obvious choice. But when we add the next constraint, which is that we want to render these with individual materials, still we could do it with instanced and use property blocks. But when we say that what makes these materials unique is a data texture, then we can't do it with instance anymore. So now we want to render X meshes where each mesh is a copy and the material we render them with has unique textures. Like adding those constraints makes me want to move it down to terrain base or patch. Fuck, maybe terrain patch is best. Or we have a custom class. We solve this with a custom class. Maybe that's what we want to do. So if environment controller says that we have snow and we want to render snow, then we fill up a set of or then we tell terrain base to fill it up, and this one handles it. if we define snow as an additional terrain patch mesh, then we're gonna have to put it here and we're gonna have to handle it, and it can be null. Doesn't feel too good. But if we have it here, it's close to the activity texture. Maybe. So it's basically going to be like this. Weather will hold the snow material. If we get snow, environment controller will tell terrain that we want to render snow. Terrain base, that is. Terrain base will tell each terrain patch that we want to render snow. And each terrain patch will create, if it's not already there, an additional terrain patch mesh and set its material or set the material, but I don't know. As opposed to relying on command buffer and just render X meshes here. But then again, the individual material screws this up. Oh, fuck yeah, I wish I had this fixed already. Okay, let's take this scenario. We add snow using a copy of a terrain patch mesh. And then we terraform this one. So we terraform. It should be okay. It should be okay because we're updating the vertex data here. We're updating the mesh. Okay, it might be okay. Let's go with this solution for now. We might change it down the line. So what I would like is probably a public static terrain patch mesh, create new, and we send in a terrain patch mesh. We want to do this, we want to do this. Wake, yeah, we do. Let's just do. And then the question is, add this one, require these, so we add them. Awake, we do this, on destroy, on disable. If it is created. Yeah, we want to skip this one. All this one does is it generates a very simple mesh, recalculates bounds and stuff like that. It's okay. And then sets the mesh filter mesh. We want to do this, but we want to use another one. So we want to use this one. So what I'm thinking is, instead of generate, we use public void use mesh. So we don't copy this, we just use another one's mesh pretty much. Either a new mesh or duplicate. Return to shared mesh. Okay. Pass. Once mesh property square link through the mesh. Okay, shared mesh. Okay, beautiful. So we do it like this, and then we return new terrain patch mesh. Okay, so then we have a new terrain patch mesh, which points to a copy of a mesh. We don't want to alter it, we don't want to do anything like that. So we have this one isn't set, this one isn't set. It's an object that is partly empty, which doesn't feel all that good, honestly. Empty, empty, or 0, 0, empty, null, null, null. This one is set, this one is set. Fuck this, we want to avoid. Where do we use this one? What the fuck? Yeah, we probably don't want to do that with the new information. Okay, let's do this then. What can we actually... We shouldn't be able to... Wonder if this is mono behaviors doing, but let's do this instead. Public mesh, shared mesh. And then we return this one here. So this is one way to create it. But then again, 0, 0, null, null. Yeah. These should be okay because we do the correct checks, I think. What I hate is, or are we? One sec. Now it's a question of who do we want to have the control over the snow terrain patch meshes. Environment controller is going to prompt terrain base to instantiate snow. And it's temporary as well. Hmm. And it's this one we want to get from terrain patch. That's all we need, I think. We get the height for free with the current implementation since we copy the, or since we use the ground mesh. The ground mesh data. And this one is publicly available with the current implementation. So maybe terrain base or environment controller should hold this. So that would be a very specific method like this. Private void generate snow now. Why is this one red? Oh yeah, we don't want to put it here. Here. Generate snow. It's probably a wise choice to not care too much about this implementation being perfect at this point. We don't use this one anymore. Let's just do it like this for now. Like this. Good. Want to do it with link here, maybe. Have for each. Let's do it like this. And clean this up later on. we want to do terrain patch mesh, create new. We have access to this one. Don't. Round mesh, no we don't. Also, something I never asked myself is, okay, now we're creating the snow as a separate object on top. Maybe that's the best way to do it, considering we have grass as well. But one could also just switch the materials. Yeah, that's one route that could be explored. Why didn't I think of that from the start? Is it way better? It's gonna be a very complicated shader. Let's start with this one. That. Then we also want to assign we can, yeah, we would like to send in a material here as well and assign, get the correct texture. I wonder in, like, I'm thinking if I just quickly want to define some weather enums and do different stuff in here based on those, because we're going to do very specific stuff based on what weather it is. And then I'm also wondering, does it exist another use case for when we want to copy, create additional terrain patch meshes, and it isn't snow? Yeah, I mean, we could probably do it like this. Oh. Then we do terrain. Now I'm not gonna care about this either, actually. Probably want to send in some other stuff here as well, but yeah, let's... And then we do... Okay. Yeah, we want to do this. So in here, oh, actually, we just need to do, we don't need to define anything ourselves. We can just do include, where do we have it? Up one, is it in shader utils? Yeah, and terrain data. You just do this, terrain data, and terrain activity data, which means that we get yeah, we get these. Now we have duplicated implementation, but that's okay. These are way more interesting, I think. Terrain activity dynamic texture. Yeah. In procedural snow, we can just do, let's do it here. Now we should have this, that's good. We're going to use this soon, but we need to set... This is something I would like to do a little bit nicer on the CPU side of things, but for now we're probably just going to do material copy, that texture. And then I want a name here, but we're just going to put it in as a string here. How do I solve it? How do I solve it? Generate. We do it on terrain base, terrain material. That floats, it floats, float. Here we create it. Yeah, we do it here like this. Yeah, that's not very nice, but set both of these, and then we don't have resolution. Yeah, I need to clean this up badly. But okay, for now. Let's just take these two because we want to do the exact same thing here. No, not here. Here. Material copy, and then we need to do this one, terrain patch. Activity texture. Something like this. Add weather effect. If it's snow, we do all of this. Set these two. Environment controller, terrain generate, instantiate. Something like that. So we generate, then we add weather effect, do all of this. Weird stuff. We create these copies, but then we don't keep a pointer to it, so it's lost forever, but we have them as a child object of this one. But still. We set these currently in the shader. we just do terrain procedural snow. We just read it here, we don't do anything with it. Let's see if it works, and then we can probably just output visuals here, I guess. So what we should be getting now is we should have 3 terrain patch meshes for each terrain patch. Let's see if it works. Okay, it doesn't crash, that's good, but we do have an error here because we want to do environment. Procedural grass, terrain material, and then we have weather snow material here. Procedural snow. See if we get the same error. Hopefully not. Okay. Jesus, the performance is shit though. That's not good. Why? We have snow, water, round. We disable this one. And is this purely because of this line? No, it isn't. That makes me wonder if terrain patch, terrain patch mesh, if we want to do wonder why this would be the case otherwise. I might know. I'm pretty sure I know. Isn't it shown here though? I'm pretty sure this is because of the tessellation shader. But I'm not seeing any tessellation here. Render dock time, maybe. But I am pretty sure that's the case, because if I do this, let's see here. Shared mesh, of course, and then we do... Previously, I haven't checked it in Unity 6, but in previous versions, if you did tessellation on the shaders and you selected the object in scene view, you could see the tessellation. I don't know if that has changed, but if we do environment and we change, instead of procedural grass terrain material, we go with terrain activity debug material, and we play it. Now we should hopefully be back at 200-ish frames per second. Okay, yeah, so it's the tessellation. I mean, the tessellation is set up to work with environments that has half this resolution, I think. So yeah, it makes sense. Okay, that's unfortunate, but it's okay. I mean, it all comes down to if we... that's something we should probably fix. We should make the tessellation be dependent on whatever we have as a value here. Because if we change this one, we want to tie it to some base value. And then if we change this one, the tessellation subdivision bounds here should change as... No, maybe not. Yeah, this one, I think. But we will get to that down the line. We can work with this as an underlying material instead. Now, let's quit that one and let's go back to environment controller and add weather effect. Let's see. Okay, environment, what do we have? We have 3 patches. I wonder if these are being rendered 0.01. Yeah, below. Okay, so we have snow on top here. I don't know if... Let's see if we can alter this one. Let's bring all of these up. Okay, nice snowy landscape. And let's do... Let's test if we actually get this activity data, and I'm going to do it by adding this one here, and then we're going to return load for activity data height min 001. Invalid subscript height boundary. Yeah, unfortunately we can't rely on the hot reloading-ish of shaders when we set the texture for some reason. It gets reset, but let's play this again and let's try it. Zero 1 and yeah, we do get it. We do get the data. It's good to know. Okay. Let's deform this a bit then. So we're gonna do procedural snow. We're gonna remove the colorization here. So we're gonna color it white, and then we're gonna add settings is implied. Properties as well, actually, but then we do height offset. And we do it as float, and, or actually 0 and 10. 0 by default. Let's try this one first, but what I want to do, we want to utilize it as well. So input here, we have our vertex positions in object space. We want to offset that one before we transform it to world space and clip space. So we're gonna do float 3 position OS is equal to input dot position OS, and then we're gonna do position OS plus equals 2 float 3 0 height offset 0. And we need to add height offset here. Something like this, and then here we want to change this one to be our position OS. So we take the vertices in object space, offset on Y upwards based on height offset, which is 0 by default. Then we use this one here to transform it to clip space and world space and but we might want to do this. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's take this one. Yeah, we just take this one. So that's this one, right? If we can pause this one, and then we go height offset. Okay, that's good. And then we want to offset it downwards based on our activity data. Unfortunately, like this is good. We do this experiment, or we implement this snow here to experiment with how we currently store the activity data, etc., etc. So currently we store it as, so the minimum height we store as a world position value. But we store it as a normalized world position data between the minimum height our terrain can have and our maximum height our terrain can have. So we need the height range here as well to transform the normalized value to real height. But what we could do to just test this real quick, because I don't know, I don't have that much more time today, is we could do something like this. Activity data. And we do if activity data height boundary dot x, that one is less than 1.0, or we can even do 0.9, so we don't have to fight with floating point precision. Or if it's bigger than, so if it's bigger than 0.9, nothing has walked here, so we just put it as height offset. Otherwise, we don't offset it at all. Ooh. Yes. Hmm? I'm more worried about this one. Implicit truncation. Do we have it here? So it's this one. Oh, we need to do, I think we need to do sample level here. Could it be? Yes. Because we're doing the sampling in vertex shaded this time around. But okay, let's try this. Extremely rough, to say the least. Extremely rough. But I guess it's a start. We do 0.4 is a bit much. Yeah, we're definitely going to need some tessellation here, I think. I want to recolor the snow based on how far down it is as well. I want to try how it looks with, are we going to get a crash here? Hopefully not. $20.48. See if we can manage it. $30. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some real shaded work to make this look nice. But it should be possible. FPS not that great, but we have a lot of things affecting it, and I think one of them might be the mesh colliders, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think we want to have... We're gonna let the shader do most of the work to make this look nice. We don't want to have... I don't think we want to have this much resolution on the underlying textures eventually. I think it's a bit overkill. 5. The shadow is doing a lot of hard. Yeah, we don't recalculate the normals, so the shadows helps a lot here. Yeah, what's up, Derek? Yeah, it looks pretty good. It's a start, a very strong start. Oops. I love that you get this precise deformation. You don't deform between the shoes here. I don't think we're gonna go as detailed as like using texture deformation or anything like that. Never say never. Looks pretty good. This is just extremely basic. We're gonna do a lot with this. Okay, but I'm gonna have to continue that tomorrow because I gotta run now. But great first stream of the week. Great progress, I think. We'll be back tomorrow if nothing unforeseen happens. Have a great rest of the day. Peace. And thank you for watching.